Oh my god. What am I doing? Okay. So we're gonna have some fun making this, I guess. Maybe a little bit. I don't know. It's always fun. Okay. So let's go ahead and make us a lib 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 file. Well, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Let's make a static library application. Static lib apply. Okay. So that's not going to be enough to actually let us use the static library functions that I make. So I'm going to do something a little special. Only a little special, right? So I'm going to pull this off to the side, of course. And I'm just going to yoink some stuff from my other project that'll help me get started. And then I will edit that live, of course. Alright. So all I've added is just premake, the premake5.exe, license text, whatever they had in here. Generation file, if you want to take a look at it, all it does is just call this one thing, pause, so that way I can see if it failed or succeeded. And the real magic is trying to trim this down to actually fit this project, right? I can't do that. That's fantastic. Workspace. And I can go ahead and just clear this for now because we don't have anything in here. So, first project. Okay. I love that they changed the keybinds for this. This is the same thing. Visual Studio Code should be kind of like the same as Visual Studio, right? It shares the same name. They got completely different keybinds for different things. Like for Visual Studio, actually I could probably, no, I'm not going to show it. But for Visual Studio, you can Control Alt and highlight multiple texts. In here, it's just Alt. That is so confusing. Control Alt does something completely different now. Anyways, so the only thing that really needed to be switched on was this static runtime. The static runtime allows it to work with static libraries, but just thought it'd be best to actually throw some of these in here as well. We don't have a cat engine, but we will have just an engine lib file at some point. It's gonna error out if it can't find that, but that's fine. Uh, Still plan on having 3 different configurations. Should make it easier for debugging, testing, and then releasing. Let's see. And this one just gets switched over to engine. And we don't even have a precompiled header just yet. But I could probably just make that immediately. Doesn't matter. All these can go bye-bye for now. We won't be linking anything. I could probably just link OpenGL because OpenGL is included on the platform. Let's change this to fine. So UE obviously standing for Universal Engine, and the whole point of this is I really want to make a like cross-platform engine, right? Okay. Okay, so where was I? We got all this. Let's bring this up to 20. So everything that I have made before just probably won't even work for this, but it's fantastic. Okay, so now running this, we should see that, just going over making sure that I didn't add something stupid. I do need to make this before I build, otherwise it might not go through, which is easy. So I'll just go into here, add folder, source, add a class, UE, PCH. It doesn't need a class. And let's just include like IOStream for now. And make sure that they're thrown into source, otherwise it's not going to like it. Let's also make sure that I am putting this in the right area. So source uepch.cpp, yep, perfect. So now let's make sure that this is actually saved. Otherwise it'll just show up as blank if I don't save it. And if I hit generate, everything should work. Should ask me, I forgot to save something. Let's just discard. And I might have to do this again because Visual Studio is an interesting thing. Alright, let's hide all that. So what I can do now is just make sure that it works. And I can kind of just like crudely put this together. Let's do application.cpp. Um, anyways, let's go into engine, source, and this is where I will make a new folder. I'll just make a folder that will have all the engine specific stuff in it. And we'll do slash. This is going to be a little stupid. I think actually I'll just put it in source engine.h. And That's because I want to be able to access everything. So if I make a subfolder, like I'm going to have two different subfolders, and we might need to have the platform thrown in there at some point. So I don't want to have to do any trailing or leading backslashes. Let's do engine.h, and this will actually include engine slash engine.cpp. That should be fine. So going into here, engine. I don't like repeating engine. That's just a little annoying. So I'll just spice it up a little bit. I'll just throw it into the universal engine folder. Go ahead and add a class, engine, engine. And I should be able to add the precompiled header in here. No, I'll add it to the actual CPP file. So if I go into here, cannot open source file, and that makes sense because I'm not actually including the first one. Okay, there we go. I'll just do that for now, then update the pre-make file and rebuild. But now we should be able to do void test standard cout. Just do a simple hello world. Alright, so if I save that, go into application, we can see that that's working now. So let's go ahead and make our entry point in here. Int main argc argv, and we'll just call test from here. And I'll make sure to build the actual engine itself. So that failed. Did you forget to include that? It's right here. Okay. So it's probably because it wants it to just be this instead of having all this junk. So I'll go ahead and fix that. So back in our file, we can just do include directories. And this will just be engine slash source. And in this case, I'd probably just do project name dot source. So that way if I ever change the project name, it'll be fine. So doing that, if I go back into here, I can generate it. You can see that that worked just fine. Reload all, then I can get rid of that. Probably not best to get rid of that. There we go. So now, if I build this, you can see that it succeeded, and we have the engine.lib file. Now if I build the entire thing, we can see that this has made the executable. And I can just hit play, and this is just immediately gonna end, but it works, right? Starting this day off right. Got me some coffee. Okay. So let's see. The next thing I want to work on is probably actually renaming some of these. It's a little confusing because we got engine.h here and engine.h here that do two completely different things. So I'm thinking probably switch this over to. I'd probably just set it also to universal engine if I can spell. So I just do. And because it probably doesn't know which one to actually include. So if I make functions in, say, this one, which I never will because it's just an include directory, and this actually shouldn't even be including the CPP file. That's supposed to be the H file. CPP file would have worked as well as we saw before, but H file all the way. Okay, so let's see. Now we could probably get to work on our entry point. I'll just make a core folder. This will house our core functions and features. Like, I'm planning on doing logging in here. Uh, maybe the renderer. I might shove all the rendering stuff into its own file, but I'm not sure just yet. So new item, entry point, and this can just be a .h file. And this, I'm pretty sure, only works on Windows, like the entry point that I'm making, because different platforms support different things. So I'll do UE platform Windows. So we'll be receiving an external call for. I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but that's fine. So before I get too far, I've actually need to make a namespace, universal engine, and that, that. So class engine, we can keep engine. I like defining certain things as such, like if it's the main thing that we're going to be using, like an executable, that's just our application, right? And I don't think we should call the actual engine files anything like application or main, because later on that could lead to some confusion. Alright, so we can actually get rid of this. We need to create a constructor. This will be engine. I don't think we need a virtual destructor. We could just make an actual destructor. So void run. I also feel like we should have like an init function, but for the moment I don't see what we could do in the init function. Maybe whenever we add graphics API that can initialize it, but we can also initialize that in the renderer, which then will be initialized in the constructor. So we don't have to worry about that. And we can go ahead and actually work on these functions. So we need the namespace. Do that. And then easily enough, we can just create the functions. They will all be in here. And for now, we don't actually need anything in here, because as long as they're just initialized, then we can make them in our application. Oh, also, I'm kind of dumb. Because we also need to throw this into the include directories. And this is just going to be engine/source. Let's reload all real quick. Then I can just do engine.h and that should work just fine. So in here, we can make a public, not application, public class application. Why am I'm doing this kind of like I do C#. Oh my god. A class of application, and this is going to be a public engine class, universal engine, engine, and before I also get too far, I keep getting ahead of myself. Gotta take this slow. I might be caffeinated to the bone right now, but I need to take this easy. So we need to create an engine pointer. This will be a create, not create. I'll just call this initialize, initialize engine. And this needs to be like that. There we go. So that way we can actually call it. Let's throw the entry point in here. Core entry point. So back in here, we want to get an external universal engine pointer to a universal engine initialize engine. And we're just going to have the int main int argc char pointer to argv. Well, it's not a to argv, it's that. Okay. And this is going to have an auto app, and this will equal universal engine initialize engine. This will be app run. And then at the very end, we want to delete the app. And that should be all that we need. So in this case, we don't need to actually define this either, because we're going to be defining this in here. So instead of calling int main argc argv, we're just going to do, I think it's universal engine pointer engine initialize engine, and this is going to house our return new application. And before it'll actually let us return anything, we need to create the functions in here. We don't need to add anything in here, well, besides the functions. We don't need to add anything to the functions, just as long as they're initialized. So we can do public application, and we want these to be like that. Oops, what did I do? And we don't need to call run in here just yet. The only reason why you would call run in here is if we had stuff that is actually like running in here, which we can always just run that stuff in here. And what I might do is have the engine run certain things before the application runs things. Like, obviously we want to run events first before anything else. And we want to update the UI, our entire screen, before anything else. Alright, so just to confirm that this works, we can do while true in here, and that should just keep the actual console open for until I exit out, right? So let's go ahead and on here, we're just going to see out that hello world. So now, going to build the engine, see that it succeeded, nice, nice. Now build the application, that also succeeded, so we're not getting any linking errors. And you can see it's no longer telling us that we can press enter or close the screen. I can even press enter, you can probably hear that, but it's not working. If I stop it here, go back in, now it says it, right? Press enter and it closes. Alright, so let's see, that was basically getting our application to stay open, right? And before I end this segment, I'm going to create a boolean, and this will be a member variable running. And I'll default that to equal to true. And this will basically help with later on with some events, like the on window close event with OpenGL. And that will basically let me set this to false and close the window, right? And that's all we want. So instead of calling while true, we'll call while m underscore running. And that should have the same effect. Yep, perfect. Alright, so that's all for this segment. I will continue with as I was saying, I will continue with logging, right? So instead of having to call std cout hello world then nline, we kind of want to automate this, right? So instead of having to call all this, we basically just call how I personally do it. For the engine, I do API, and in this case, info. Then I'll either do hello world or engine initialized, just to state that the engine has been initialized. And usually in the application afterwards, whenever the application is created, I'd usually do CLI for client, trace, so that way it shows up as white. That's how I'm going to set this up. And then I'll do client initialized. But right now I need to actually include a logging system, right? So before I get too far, I do have Git, and you guys can either follow along with this or just pull from the Git. This is completely open source. I will try my best to keep up with it. But for now, I'm just going to comment this out before I push it out. So git commit. Let's do not worried about that because it's just committing. Let's see. So we've already got an initial commit. Let's do added. Do all that. Let's do commit all and push. That makes it a whole lot easier. Successfully pushed. Sweet. So now, if you guys don't know where to go, I'll open up my browser real quick. So you can go to github.com/anythingsoup01, and this will be universal engine, and this is where it's going to be located. Like I said, feel free to either clone it, pull it, do whatever, because it's going to be a open source project, and you guys can follow along, do whatever, or just watch. Because it's not like I'm like a master at this stuff, right? There's going to be a shit ton of hiccups, but here for the ride, right? Okay, so let's go on to our actual logging system, right? So I'm actually going to, can I add submodules here? Does not look like I can. That's fine. So going into here, I'm going to just type cmd. That'll open up a terminal where we are. And if I do like get status to make sure that I'm in the correct one, it says that I'm up to date. So what I'm going to do is make directory, tick P, and this is going to be in our engine slash vendors. Invalid syntax. Fine, fine, fine. I shouldn't even need that, should I? What's invalid about it? Oh, there's two spaces. Do I not know how to make a directory? Guess not. Whatever. I'll just do this in here real quick. I'm not a command line wizard. MD. Oh, is that how you make a directory? Oh, I might try that. Ha! Thank you so much. So now I can go ahead and close out of that. And now the fun begins. We'll do git submodule add. And in this case, I usually use spdlog. It's really easy to set up, and I just like how it works. So we're just going to do that. And we're going to put it in our engine vendors, spdlog, and it's going to clone all that in there. I'm not used to using the shell, especially when making directories. I usually use Linux because I really enjoy using like either Ubuntu, Kali, all that stuff is real fun. And I'm pretty excited to work on Linux whenever it comes to it. Okay, so now we have that installed. So we don't need to do anything special, just need to include it here. So we could do engine, vendors, spdlog. I think it's include. Yep. So I'll just copy that, throw it down here, switch this out for project name, and make sure I do that. Whoops. Do that. Save. So let's reload that. Alright, we can keep the class, but we just need to throw it into our namespace. And let's make sure that the include is actually working. There's been multiple times where I've done this and it's just not working. Here we go. spdlog. So we'll include that in here. Do void init. And now we actually need some shared pointers. And this will be our API logger. And I gotta make these static. So I can duplicate this. client logger, and now we need to be able to get those. Pretty sure these have to be static as well. So this will be static. I could probably just grab this, throw this here. This will be turning a memory address. We'll call this get. Expected expression. Oh, of course. There we go. Then we could do the same for our client. Alright. So let's go ahead and put some of these to use. Pretty sure it's this one. Alright, so namespace. Let's go ahead and make this. Alright. Oh, it's been a while since I've actually done this. Let's grab something real quick. Okay, here we go. So now I need to create some references in here. So this is going to be a shared pointer. Do I have this still copied? No. So basically we're just going to copy this, throw it in here, but instead of calling it this, we're going to do log this. Well, that's not what's supposed to happen. And then we can do the same thing here. Alright, so now spd log set. We need to set the pattern. And I've already got one pre-made. And I'll just go ahead and zoom in a little bit. That way it's easier to read. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Oh, I put logger. Huh. Alright, so we can do the exact same thing, but replace this with the client. And we'll just replace this with CLI. So now, I'm just gonna do this in the entry point real quick, because we want this to be initialized first. I'm gonna go up here, core, logging, log. That way our entry point has access to it. So we're gonna call universal engine log init, and I might be dumb because it's not static. And these also have to be made public. So now in here, there we go. So if we wanted to, we can go ahead and just do onion universal engine log get API logger. Does need to be that. We could do trace. So now going into our actual engine file, I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to build the solution. Hopefully I didn't misspell anything. Both succeeded. If I do this, shows up as white. So that's the gist of logging, right? But I don't want to have to call, where is it? I don't want to have to call this every time, so we're going to make some macros. Fun part. Along with all the other fun parts. So I'm going to check to see if we are in debug, because debug will have more logging capabilities than, say, release or distribution. And it doesn't like to load, but you can tell if it's working or not just by if this highlights correctly. Say if you had it not working, then it wouldn't be highlighted. And now we could just call our get API logger. Let's do critical. Then we'll do VA args. And we don't want to throw in a semicolon because we want to be able to put the semicolon in our actual command line or whatever. And that's basically it. We could just see, we got error, warn, info, then trace. I'm also going to create a debug specific one. This will be called assert. So now we're going to take in an X parameter. So we're going to do if X is false, then we want to basically put some curly brackets so we can call multiple things. Do that. Debug break, if I can spell, debug break. There we go. So I'm going to zoom out. There we go. And I'll go ahead and test that later. But now I need to set these. Warn, info, then trace. Let's align these. Alright. So now I can copy these. And then paste them right here. Because now we need the client. Alright. And let's just throw in so in the release build, we can go ahead and redefine these real quick. But we don't want any of these to have anything, right? We just want them to equal nothing. So if we have, say, logging with it, it just will show up as nothing. It won't throw any errors because it takes in the parameters and just returns nothing with them. And I'm not too worried about the distribution build. It'll probably just be none of those. Have some special ones defined. So that way, while coding with it, you can use them. But I don't know. I'll figure that out. So now, going back into our entry point, I'm just going to go ahead and remove that. We can keep the initializer in here. That way, we don't have to initialize it anywhere else or forget about it. Or actually have to remember it. So I should be able to just do that. Going into here and do that. API info undefined. That's definitely my bad. Because I'm including our PCH. Well, not only that, in here, I actually need to include it. And that should fix it. Bringing back into here, works just fine. If I F7, we can see that it builds correctly. And if I hit this, we should see that the engine itself is green because it's set to info. And this is white because it's set to trace. And another thing, if you're following along, uh, another thing to remember is in here, you should set this to trace for both of these. Because say if I set this to critical, right? Then I hit play. We'll be able to see that it doesn't show up. And that's because this is basically setting the minimum level for it. So setting it to trace will allow all the functions to work correctly with it. All right. So that's logging. I'll go ahead and push this out. Or not push, commit. Whoops. Commit laden. I forgot to actually push that out with it. So I could just do cmd git push. There we go. Okay. Okay. There's another thing that I completely forgot to do. It's not all too surprising, but I need to go into the git ignore. So I've got it set up for Visual Studio, but I don't have it set up for my custom files that I create. So what I gotta do is I'll throw it in the user specific files. So I'll just do bin int. Refresh this. Okay, let me go into here. Git status. Alright, so we can see all of these that we don't really want. So if I just do git add that git ignore that I edited, and that didn't fix it. Fantastic. Maybe I need a slash. There we go. And I'm gonna go ahead and head back on to the GitHub and just delete those bin and binit files. There we go. I also noticed that the bin file was already gone. So maybe they have something on here just for the bin file folder. But I don't know. I'll keep them both just in case. Alright, so up next, okay, so now we're gonna do our event system. Gotta love Linkin Park. So in our events, we don't need to make any CPP files. Alright, so in this case, we can actually include our precompiled header. Speaking of, I should also add all the stuff that I need to add to it, since I've only got IOStream in there. Alright. So let's see, we're gonna need memory, utility, some good old algorithm, functional. We're gonna be using functional in this as well. Unordered map, unordered set, and platform specific. Alright, and that should do us for now. Let's go ahead and clean this up some, because I'm not going to be changing the entry point or the logging system. I'll probably be changing these a little bit, And I should no longer need to change these. And I'm going to be focusing on making the stuff in here, then moving certain things over to our actual application. Because since this is going to be open source, I want you to basically be able to slot in your own application, right? So your application could look completely different from mine. So stuff like UI and how the window's actually set up. There's going to be some documentation for changing like default window size, of course. But all that stuff, besides maybe the window properties, uh, will be in the application, right? We'll handle all the window events in the actual engine, but in the application, you get to customize that. You get to make it however you want. So we're gonna go, holy shit. Well, enjoy the black screen, I guess. That's a little annoying. Should be transform, fit to screen. There we go. Whoopsie daisy. Got that taken care of. Alright, so back to events. Enum class. This will be our event type. We're going to have none, default that to 0. Alright, so now we're going to get into our window events. So window close, window resize, window focus, window lost focus, window move, whoops, window maximized, or window maximized. And I might implement these ones, I might not. Window minimize. Let's move on to our mouse. Mouse button pressed. Released. Mouse move. Mouse scrolled. Key pressed. Key typed. Key released. Alright. Oh. So these are all the event types that I'm going to be doing for the moment. I'll probably add more if I do. It'll probably be on stream anyways. And probably thrown on YouTube as well. So now we just need an enum for event category. So none equals 0. So I usually like to start these with category. Alright, so we're just going to be doing a simple bit shift for this. So we got an input event, keyboard event, mouse event, and a mouse button event. Let's make these a little bit neater. Alright, so now we can go ahead and get into our class. So we're going to have a boolean that will determine if it's been handled. So we're going to get the event type. So virtual event type, get event type, and these are going to be pure virtual functions. So we're going to make them equal to 0. So now we're going to do a const char pointer. We'll just call this get name. We're going to do a virtual int get category flags. So now we're going to do virtual standard string. This will just convert, whoops, to string. And instead of this returning 0, or equaling 0, I should say, this is going to return by default the name. And we're going to create an inline boolean. This will be is in category. This will be used for getting like if an event is in the same category as we're trying to get. Say if we had a window close event by pressing the X button up here, then if that event happens, then we will match that with a function and that'll close our application, right? So this will take in event category, and we'll return category, and get category flags. Got some real good songs playing today. Alright, so now we're going to create a new a new class, and this will be our event dispatcher. And this will basically allow us to dispatch certain functions whenever the event is called, right? Template, type name T, using event function. So it'll be standard function. So we'll take in a boolean of the type public. So now we can get into our constructor. This will take in an event memory address. We'll just call this event. And we'll just have a private event memory address. So now we will just do this. We'll initialize our event to the event. So we're going to make a new template. Bool dispatch. So the event function right here will take in the event type, and then we'll just call this the function. And we'll do if the event dot get event type is equal to the type that we're trying to call. So we'll create a new function here in a second, but it's going to get the static type of the event. Then we want to set handled. Wait, my bad. We want to set the event handled to equal the function pointer to the t to the type. And we want to return true, else we'll just return false. And that's all we need for the event and dispatch. So let's go ahead and get the static type set up, right? So right up here, what I'm going to do is set up our macros for this. So we're going to create a macro as event class type, and this will just get the type, event type. So it'll be a static event type, and we'll call this the get static type. And this will return event type type, right? Can do that. Want to throw a backslash so it can tell that the functions will continue. So we're going to do a virtual event type, and this will be calling our event type down here, get event type. This will be a const override of the function. So return our get static type. Virtual const char pointer get name. This will also be another const override. And this will just return our type. And that's basically it for the event class type. But now we need to create one for our event class category. But this one's going to be a whole lot easier. Because we're only going to be overriding one function. That'll be our get category flags. Const override. This will return our category. And that's all we need for it. Hey, you can't program. This is my job. No. Hey, I'll pet you. You want to be pet? You like the head scratches. Alright, go on. Alright, go. Alright, I have no idea what she just did. Oh, she put a 5. Alright, so another thing. No. Go. Another thing that I'm going to do, make an inline O stream, and this will work off the operator of, no, 2 less than signs. Alright, and that's all for our actual event file. So let's go ahead and get into making our application events. Applicant. Alright, and this one isn't too bad. Alright. So we're going to create a class. Call this window close event. This will be a public. Why did I put these here? It's going to have public window close event. Event class type. Would help if I actually included event, wouldn't it? Let's include event class type. And this will be a window close. Maybe window closed. Did I forget to make something public? No? What's wrong with you? Okay, that's interesting. So, got window close. Was that your only conniption? Universal Engine event type is not a type name? Uh, you like being a little special, don't you? It's clearly that. Oh, there it is. You working now? Okay, now you said say something else. Fantastic. I forget to override something.
So member function declared with override does not override a base class. What are you trying to override, my guy? Uh-oh. This is fantastic. I wonder what it's trying to tell me. It can't override. Browsing operations around this macro may fail. Consider adding a hint file. I'm good. Function declared with override does not have an override. So it's obviously talking about one of these. But these do have overrides. Alright, I will be right back. Gotta use the restroom. Alright, so see what I fucked up. These are spelled the same, yeah. These are spelled the same. And all these are pure virtual. So overriding is an option. No. Hmm. Did I spell get static type wrong? No? Oh, there we go. It's a little annoying. Let me try the category. So this is also not wanting to work. Oh wait. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm like so fucking stupid. Hold on. I forgot to make it a part of the event. It's fantastic. Alright, so you can use this as a template. So now we're going to do the window resize event. This one's going to be a bit different. That's because we're going to have private, a private L, unsigned int, and this will get the width and height. So this is going to take in a couple unsigned integers. And we're going to go ahead and initialize Alright, and instead of a window close, it's a window resize. So we're going to create a function to get the width. Let's be a const, and it will return our width. We could duplicate that and create one for the height. And we can even bring out some extra variables, right? So that way we can tell the console what our width and height is. So that's where our toString function comes in. Since it's virtual, we can override it. Excuse me for a second. I had a sneeze, but now it's gone. Uh-oh. It's gonna sneak attack me in the middle of the night. Alright. So now we can use string stream. Whoops. Alright, and that's all we need. We can return all this. And all the rest of these are pretty simple. Hell, I don't even remember what kind of events we got. So we got window close done, window resize done. And then we need focus, lost focus, move, maximized, minimized. How many is it? 5. 4, 5. And then we have minimized. Minimize event. I didn't even spell that right. There we go. So now we can go ahead and get into our mouse events. And I did that wrong. So another issue with precompiled headers, if you accidentally make a CPP file, then you might have to remake the file itself as an H file because Visual Studio will yell at you because of the fact that it was a CPP file to begin with. I've learned that the hard way. It's pretty stupid, but doesn't matter. Okay. Namespace. So now we can go ahead and start making the classes. On mouse button event. Mouse events are always fun. They got the longest names. public event. So this is going to have a little bit different stuff. It'll have a public and protected section, and in the protected section is going to be our constructor. And in public, we're going to have an inline int. Just call this get button. This will just return a button. And we can even set the event class category to category input and category mouse button. And this serves as a base class for, say, on mouse button pressed. And this will be a public on mouse button event. Mouse on mouse button pressed event. This will take in an int button and we don't need any private like button IDs or whatever. So all we need to do is call on mouse button event and give it our button. Then we can make a standard string override. And after we set up the string to return something, we can go ahead and set the events class type to be a mouse pressed. What did I name this? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. mouse button pressed. And we can just copy and paste this for our released event. And that should be good. So we got classes similar to that of our resize event. So I'm just going to copy and paste this real quick. This is going to be a mouse scrolled event. And this is going to be offset X, offset Y. And I'm just doing a simple replace. You can do that with Control R twice if you're following along. And we can do get offset X and get offset Y. Go ahead and rename these. And again, we can just copy and paste this because we're going to do our mouse moved event. Should have also changed this. Mouse moved. This is also, there we go. Why did I moved ed? Okay. Oh, I did the exact same thing up here. There we go. All right, and that should be all for this. So now it's on to our key events. Let's pick a song real quick. Maybe some Tenacious D. Oh yeah, forgot about this. I will listen to it. Okay, so key event works like any other event. Wait, I don't need to include. Oh. Alright, so we're going to make another base class. Key event. And this will also have a public and protected field. Inliner. Inline int. Get key code. And we can also set the event class category to be our input category and our keyboard event. So now we can make our key pressed event being a public key event. And just like the button event, we shouldn't really need a private field, but for our key pressed event, we actually do. It's going to be an int for repeat count. So key pressed event int will be our key code. And another int repeat count. Why did I put an M? Repeat count. Key event. This will take in our key code. Uh-oh. What did I do? Alright, now we can set up the string. existing string. There we go. We can set the event class type to be key pressed. And we should be able to just copy this, paste it, and edit it to work with a key released event and a key typed event. So this will be a key typed event. We no longer need the repeat count because we're just getting what key was typed. So that means that we could just get rid of that. We don't need to return that, and we can get rid of this. This will be our key typed event. And it'd just be easier to copy and paste this one because the key released event is exactly the same. Forgot to change this. Alright, and that should be good. Alright, so let's go ahead and test this to make sure it's actually going to spit out our event types. So in our universal engine.h, we can go ahead and include core, not logging, event, and we should just need to include these. So in our engine, instead of doing engine initialized, yeah, instead of doing engine initialized, we'll just go into here and do window close. No, let's do window resize so we can get some variables in here. And we need to give it the size dimensions. And now we just throw E. But one thing to remember or notice is if we try to build this, it's not going to work. And that's because spdlog does not like this whatsoever. So all we got to do is just toString. Now if we build it, it works just fine. If I hit F5, we can see that we get that. Slight error on there, but it doesn't matter, right? So now we have working events, and just to show, we can do mouse moved event. And we got the mouse moved, and we got X and Y. If we just wanted to do a window close event, it doesn't need any parameters, so now if we hit play, we should get window close. So it's working just fine. And I'll go ahead and just return it to window resize. Go into Git and commit or stash. I will commit all and push. Added events. I'll go ahead and do that. We can see all that's gone. Okay. Excuse me. So that was our events. So now we are going to move on to something a little bit more advanced, right? So if I go to my GitHub, and you guys can take this from my GitHub or clone it, fork it, whatever you want to do. So if I go to my GitHub, I have glfw. I have a glfw that has all the stuff that you would need to actually build it into a project. 3 commits ahead, which is fine. Got deleted somehow. Yeah, I was messing around and it cleared the entire thing. So that's fantastic. So what I'm going to do now is go into here, CMD, and I'm going to do git submodule add github.com/glfw, and I'm going to put it in the same spot, so I will do engine slash vendors slash glfw. There we go, and we can confirm it's right in there. So now what we're going to do, I'll go ahead and close that. We're going to go back into our pre-make file and actually add that as its own project. So if I go up into here, I have this. So it's include directory equals an empty list, right? So if I do include directory at glfw, so this creates a new area, a new item in that list with the name glfw, and we're going to set that equal to engine slash vendors slash glfw, and I'm pretty sure there's an include file in here. So if I do glfw, we got include. So that's what I'm going to include. Actually no, I don't remember. Hold on a second. Yeah, it is include slash include. And the next thing that we're going to do is actually include the project itself. So we're going to do include engine slash vendors slash glfw, And down in here, we're going to include GLFW to this list of links. So I could do GLFW, and there should be some more that I gotta do. Yeah, okay. So now, in our engine, we're gonna go back to our include directories. And we are going to add that include directory incul include directory dot glfw. And I'm pretty sure that's all we need. Only one way to find out, and that's go into our actual project, double tap this. We should see that it all built correctly. And going back into Visual Studio, we'll see that it wants us to reload the solution. And project's loaded and ready to use. You should see that. And if you go into here, we can see GLFW is right here. If I build that, we should see that glfw.lib was created. And if I rebuild the engine itself, we can see that it linked correctly. And of course, this should just build outright. There we go. So I should no longer need to interact with these events. All right. So I'm actually gonna switch this over. Poor man's poison. Good man, good man. Okay, so now I can go ahead and close these out. So we're gonna go into Universal Engine. And we're gonna add a new item, window.h. So after I make this one, there is a game that I do want to play that I saw a little while ago, and I'm really interested. Alright, so let's see if I can find. And really, I should just stick this in core because it is like a core thing that'll help determine what platform you're working. Well, it won't tell you what platform you're working with, but it's a base class for our platforms to run from. So I'm going to go ahead and include our precompiled header. And I'll also include our events because we do need access to this. Namespace. We already did namespace. I'm stupid. So we're going to create a struct. This will be our window properties. So we'll have a string. This will be our title. We'll have two unsigned ints. That'll be our width and height. And now we need a constructor for this. Window properties. There we go. And we just need to initialize these values. And we'll have a default set up here. And I'll go ahead and specify where these are set up, right? There we go. And I might throw this right above the struct instead, because now whenever the struct is called, then it will tell us where they are set up. That way, the defaults can be switched easily later. So now we can get into our class, window. This will be public. So we're going to create a new function. This will be our event callback function. And this is set up the same way that we did before in our events. But instead it will be a void. I can't spell. Alright, so we're going to set up the destructor in here, but we don't want to set up a constructor. The constructor will be set up in our platforms. And this can just be like that. And that's why this is going to be a pure virtual class as well. So we're going to have a virtual on update. And it's supposed to be a void. There we go. All right. So now so this is supposed to make it equal to that. Wonder why it's not. Says there's no instance of a constructor, but this is a constructor right here. So I'm just going to assume that's Visual Studio being Visual Studio. And I might be able to just close that and reopen it. No, that's interesting. Huh, that's interesting. No, Visual Studio, you suck sometimes. Uh, so it likes that now. Guess I needed the title. Alright, alright. So now we're going to create a new folder. This will actually store our platform information. So we'll do Windows, Windows, window. So we're going to include the window in this, window.h. And we're also going to include glfw, glfw.h, so let's go ahead and throw this in our namespace. All right, and this needs to be a public window as well. Okay, so in here, we're going to have a constructor for window. This is going to be Windows window, which extends as an actual constructor for window. Let's be const window properties. Props. We can do that. We can get our destructor in here. Void on update. And since this is a function of our window class, we need to make it an override. And we can get our width and height. All right, and that's going to be a new struct that we're going to make right down here. That needs to be lowercase. All right, so now we can get into our struct. This will be our window data. This will have our title. vsync. And we also need our event callback function. And in order for this to have access to it, we're just going to create a window data. Set it to that. Alright, so inline void set events. There, if we can go into here. Get rid of virtual. Do override. And we'll set the event callback to basically just equal the callback. And we can do the same thing for our vsync in here. And this just needs to be overridden. Both of these do. Alright, and we can go ahead and set up another private area just for our functions. And we'll have an initializer. Const window properties. And a shutdown function. Then let's go ahead and set up our CPP file. Then I can go into here, highlight all of it, right click, and create definitions. Alright. Oh. So we're going to include a few other things. We'll include our core logging, and we'll also include our events. Alright, so we can start from the top. Shouldn't take too long. And what we're going to do first is create a static boolean glfw initialized. This will equal false. And we're going to create a static static void glfw error callback. So we'll take in an int error and a const char pointer description. And in here we'll just do API error glfw error. And of course, got to wrap these in parentheses. All right, so in here, we'll just throw in our error for the first one and description for the second. So in Windows window, in our constructor, we will just call init, and we will pass in our props, window properties. On the destructor, we'll just call shutdown. If I can spell, that would be fantastic. So on update, we'll do glfw poll events, and in vsync, in set vsync, we'll do if enabled glfw swap intervals we set to 1, else the glfw swap, not buffer, interval will be set to 0, and m data dot, what am I doing? Vsync will be set to that enabled variable. And I did that wrong. There we go. So is vsync, this will actually return our data.vsync. And in our did I not set up the native window? Ah, forgot to do that. So we have virtual void pointer get native window const override. And this will just return window. All right, init is where it's gonna get a little interesting. So I'm gonna swap this, well not swap it, I'm gonna go down to shutdown and just create this really quick. This will just be glfw destroy window. This will take in our window context. Okay, so first thing we're gonna do in init is and set the title to equal props dot title width props dot width. All right, so now just a little debug. We could do API info creating window. Zero. 1, comma 2. All right. So now we're going to try to initialize glfw. So int success equals glfw init. We'll do the glfw error callback, or not error callback. This will be glfw set error callback, glfw error callback, the one that we made earlier. And then we're going to do API assert, and we'll be checking if success is true. And if it's not, we will print this error message, could not load glfw. Alright, so if it doesn't assert, we'll do glfw create window, and we'll do int props dot width, int props dot height, and the title just be props dot title. Oops. And convert that to a C string. And these next two, the monitor and share, will just be set to null pointer. So now is the fun part. We're going to be setting our event callback systems. So glfw set window close callback. And this is going to be going from the window. And we're going to create a lambda. glfw window pointer window. And we want to put some brackets in here. And we should do that. Okay. And what we're going to do is window data data. This will equal, we gotta make this pointer to window data. glfw get window user pointer on the window, window close event, event data dot event callback event. And that's basically it. So I'm going to copy and paste this. And we are going to now set the window focus, or no, the window size callback. You can do that just by doing size. And if you're wondering like how to tell what it needs, like if you notice this is now asking for more, like it's asking for an int width and int height. If you go into here, press Control and click on this, you can see all this. If you press the window size fun, so window size function, it'll tell you what you need right here. So you can just copy that, go into here, and paste that right here. And you can see it's working just fine now. And you need a constant pointer to the window. So now all you do is just data.width equals width. Do the same thing for height. And instead of a window close event, this is a window resize event. And we need to take in the width, or it'll be data.width, and our data.height. And then it will call back that event. So now I'm going to copy and paste that. And now we can set the window focus callback. And this should just need a reference to the window. And it also needs int for focus. So now we can just delete all this real quick. If focused window focus event. So this is, if it's focused, it'll call the window focused event. And we could do event. And window data here, not window data, the data needs to be set with it. So we can do else we could just copy this, paste it. We could do lost focus event. And a window moved event isn't so simple in this, so we'll be doing that a little bit later. So I can grab this. So now we're gonna switch on maximized, right? So I can switch this over to maximized. So if it's maximized, we'll call the window maximize event. Else we'll call the window minimized event. So window minimize event. So now we're going to do some key callbacks. And this one's going to work a bit different. And we need to set this. I think it's the maximize callback. Yeah, maximize callback. So now we're going to do the key callback. And it's not a window key callback, it's a key callback right here. If we look into this, window key function, Visual Studio being slow, it's fantastic. Up, that's even better. We'll let it take its time. It's a good thing I've been saving along with this, so I might have to close. Alright, while this is doing that, I'm gonna look for that game I mentioned earlier on Steam. Wonder which monitor it's gonna open it up on. It's opening up over here. Might even, okay, there we go. Ooh, Dark and Darker is available. So I'll go ahead and install that too. And I'll go ahead and get this. View my cart. Sweet. I'll go ahead and get those. So I've got another game that I'm going to be playing. But that'll be later. Visual Studio is still acting stupid, so I'm going to close it and reopen it. Recover, I guess. Let's see what all I have to redo. So if we go into here, we got all the event callbacks. All right, so let's try this again. So we need all of this. Let's go ahead and do that. And throw all of them in here. Well, someone's on about Stride, and we haven't even gotten that far yet. That'd be for our rendering crap. Anyways. So now, whoops. We're gonna go into here and switch this. Nope. So we're gonna set up a switch case. So it's gonna switch on action. And we can set up a few of these. case glfw press we'll do this. So we're going to call a key pressed, thank you, key pressed event, and we'll return the key and throw in 0 for the repeat count because it's not too important. We can get that later. So we'll do event callback will be event, and we'll also just break. So I can go ahead and copy and paste this a couple times. So we'll do release, and this doesn't have a repeat count, so we just throw in key. Yeah, that's key. What, did I accidentally keep something in there? I did. Did I do the same thing? Yeah, I did. So I'll go ahead and fix that. There we go. And we can even do the repeat here, but we're just going to set that to 1 and not worry about it for now. Let's go ahead and indent that for readability. So now we can move on to something else. And all we need is an signed int, call that code point, and this will be a set char callback. So this is going to be our key typed event. So we could do key typed event, and then it'll take in our code point, and code point, and then we will do data dot event callback event. All right, and going on to the mouse button, we can go ahead and just copy our key callback because it's going to be set up the exact same way because of how they made their variables. So this is going to be set mouse button callback, and this is going to take in a few different parameters. And instead of switching on action, oh, we are switching on action still. Can I please type? Can I please type? We will throw button in here instead. And we shouldn't need any extra things. All right, and that's basically it. So now we can go ahead and set our scroll callback. So getting back to more of these traditional ones. Uh, yeah, it's just a scroll callback. So we're going to set the scroll callback, and this is going to take in, oh great. Come on, Visual Studio. I didn't even save the last one. Let's restart the program and see if it auto-saved it. That is quite annoying, because it even takes me all the way out of it too. See what all it got to. So we're on the mouse. It just didn't save the scroll callback. Name change. Can I? Thank you. And I think it's just because I'm switching too quick, which is kind of stupid that that's a problem. But I digress. It's fine. So instead of taking in data, this is going to be a mouse scrolled event. And instead of taking width and height, we're going to take in the offsets, but we need to convert them to a float. Otherwise, it's not going to read correctly. And X and Y, our mouse position is basically the exact same. Can I highlight, please? So we're going to get the cursor position, and this still takes some doubles, but we're just going to change the name over to, whoops. Thank you. Now we're going to do mouse moved event. And that should be it for this. Okay, so now in our engine, we're going to set up some of these events. So in our running function, so we're just going to do this during the run cycle. So I'm also going to go into here real quick because this needs to have, pretty sure it's a Windows window that I need. So that way I can get some update events. So if I do, nope, it's fantastic. Oh, that's the problem. It's because I haven't created it yet, of course. I'll also include that. So in here, we're going to need to create a shared pointer to window. Just call this window. So now going into here, we can get this. We'll call onUpdate. So this will pull our events. So now what we should see as soon as I build this, we can see, hey, this failed. Let's see what's going on here. So in here, it doesn't like the fact that these are floats, it looks like. So let's see. So I probably did something wrong in here. So unsigned int const member. Float to unsigned int, possible loss of data. Is that a warning? Yeah, it is. So our errors are up here. I already have it defined and declared or declared. So, oh, I'm stupid. There we go. Let's rebuild that. So we got that, but that's fine. Something failed. GLFW3 cannot open. No file or directory. Where are we at whenever we're doing this? This is an application. So this is probably because in here I need to also pull that in. So let me check this real quick. Doesn't say I have to. So let's see. Cannot open include file, that. So this is in Windows window.h, and it cannot open this. It's a bit weird. So I might just try and redo this real quick. Reload all. And I'm going to try to rebuild it. 'Cause there might have been an issue. Alright, the issue still persists. So all of these are in here. And I am including it. So let's see. I got GLFW right here. And I am including it right here. And I've got GLFW linking. So it's a bit weird that it's not able to open it. But knowing me, there's probably a spelling error somewhere. So I am linking this correctly. I could check GLFW to make sure that it's statically linking. So if I go engine vendors, GLFW, this has its own premake file. I'll go ahead and open that. Static runtime is on. And I actually didn't know that. Output directory is a constant variable when doing this. Um, hmm. Well, there would be an error if it wasn't able to link it here. So, let's see. And if I get rid of that, it also does that. That's weird. If I build just the engine, it succeeds just fine. Now if I build the application, it fails because of this. That just makes me think that for some reason now I have to include this up here whenever I shouldn't even need to, but I'll give it a shot. So I'll go ahead and run the generate. I don't know if this would work at all, but let's give it a shot. So now it succeeded. So do I have to include GLFW somewhere that I'm forgetting about? I probably do. Alright, anyways, I'm just going to run this. We should see that, oh, that's fine, I guess. So, exception thrown. Window 0 returned null pointer. Let's open this. Open exception details. I have no idea how to read that. Edit conditions. No, I don't know what that is. I'll ask Copilot. I'm not going to sign in with Copilot. Okay, so on updates throwing an error. So glfw poll events is being called, and poll events is a glfw thing. So I am curious why it's calling that. So I will go into here, break on this, open this up, and press, I think it's F10. No, F10 steps over. We'll restart that. We need to press F11. You're not going to tell me why you're breaking? Okay then. It's fantastic. So, okay, hold on. So, this is set to empty, and on update is supposed to do something. So, I probably forgot to throw something in there with it. So, if I go into here, yeah, I'm stupid. I can admit it. Oh, we need to grab the window, make a unique pointer to window. And this will be window creates. So now I'll just go ahead and break it here. Do this. Build errors. Love to see it. Am I including window in here? I am. I'm gonna remove that because that could conflict with something. So now it's giving me crap for this. Let's build that. It's up to date. Let's rebuild. Then build this. So it still has a hard time finding a linking error. Engine, universal engine, window properties is called up here. That's because we are creating that in here. My only question is, why is it not building this with it? So it's throwing the error right here. And that's because Sandbox, or whatever the fuck I called it now, doesn't have access to it. Which is kind of stupid, because it should have access. Oh, I love this. This is fantastic. Window.h. Got all that. So this did in fact succeed. So this isn't being called. Probably is. My brain's on fire. Alright. You know what? I think I'm going to continue this later. I want to play some video games to get my mind off it. So let's see if my games are done installing. They seem to be. Oh, did I not install the other things? I guess I didn't. So I'll go ahead and install that real quick. There was another one. This one. Alright, I'll let those install. I'll go ahead and close out of these. Alright. So let me update my stream info real quick. Alright. So I got that updated. close out of this. And it's right here. Perfect. Alright, so this is the farmer was replaced. Saw a little YouTube video on it, like I think a couple days ago. I was really interested. So I'm going to go ahead and play this. So I could do that. That'll start and stop. So I could do harvest. Okay. So there's also some unlocks. Whoops. Wait, did I just unlock that? I think I did. So I can do a while loop. So I could do while is okay, so I can do while true, harvest. Nice. So that's that. What else can I unlock? Speed unlock? Okay. Well, now it's just doing it super quick. So I can do can harvest. So can I do, whoop, can harvest? Oh, there's no control R for run. Okay, so can harvest. So I've got to do while true if can harvest. So it doesn't like that. Do I have to do an else? Do a flip? No, because that just runs indefinitely. Oh. So wait, do I have to do that? Oh, I'm stupid. So I'll go ahead and delete that. Service. Okay. So while that's going, I can unlock grass. Oh, okay, so I can. So now I can plant. Uh, plant unlocked. So I can also expand Ooh. Okay, that's starting to get annoying. Can I go into options real quick? UI size, viewport sliding, file watcher? I don't know. Audio. Sound effects. We'll set that to that. That's still pretty loud. So I'll just set this to 0.5 instead. Okay, that's a bit better. So right now it just waits for that. Hold on. You guys can't even hear crap. Let me switch this over to here. Grab a game capture. Do that. Audio capture. This. Okay, so now, yeah, it works just fine. So, let's see. If can harvest, harvest. So maybe instead of else, we do move north. Okay, I can see that. Grass upgrade, this will increase the yield. And I can't tell if that's, okay, that's an upgrade right there. So I might just wait until we get an upgrade. Okay, this is pretty loud on your guys' end, it looks. There we go. So it looks like we need to also get some wood going from trees, but we also just need 300 for that too. So I think I'm going to call this harvest. And I think, yeah, this one opens a new tab. So we're going to, for now, just plant trees. Can I set variables like that? So I'm going to go ahead and disable this real quick. So unlock variables. Variables must be unlocked before you can do this. Okay, so variables will be a thing. Cool, cool. So I'll do, for now, while true. And so we can see that it automatically wants to go back to grass. So I will call this just trees. So while true, plant that. So what I want to do is check if, wait, can I even check to see if the entity below me is grass? There's an external editor. Oh, that's cool. See, I kind of figured that this was Python with how it was set up. So let's check out the available functions real quick. If can harvest, plant entity bush, do a flip, clear. So I cannot check to see if it's grass, but that's fine. So if can harvest, we want to call harvest. Actually, we could just throw these in here, move forward. And while it's not able to harvest, it'll just do that. And we can let that run for a little bit until we get up to 30 for operators. And we need 300 for that, senses for this. So I'll have this unlock senses. So now I can do that, but I'm pretty sure I need operators in order to do that. So the functions get position X, get position Y, return the current X, starting with 0. Okay. Oh, that's cool. So pretty sure once I get the operators, I can check to see like the total number of items that I get or have. And if the number of items that I have goes to a specific value, then I can start working on another kind of item. That's pretty cool. So I'll go ahead and get the operators. I would like to expand. There we go. So right now, I want to be able to have hay, hay, and then wood, right? So I'm going to create a new one, and I'll just call this calibrate. And this will set up the plants in the way that I want them to. So I'll do while true. If, so I want to check to see if the position equals X, right? So if get X position equals 0, then we want to continue. So what I want to do is first set the position to it. So if it doesn't equal 0, I will move. Let's have a set direction. We'll do east. And elif. So this will check the Y position. Get pause Y doesn't equal 0. Move north, right? So now we want to okay. So this would be a whole lot easier with variables, I think. Let's stop this and go set this to harvest because I need to get some hay. So while the position on X and Y doesn't equal 0, then it will move it trying to get it to 0. So after that, we can do an elif get pos x equals 0. Then we basically want to set it equal to grass. So I'm pretty sure, and get ground type. Let's move this over here. Equals entities dot grass. So we want it to equal to grass. Move north, right? So we can do a for loop. So what I might do is check that, and then for say tile in, let's say 3, I believe. For tile in 3, move, let's do north. Can I call break as well? I can, perfect. So this will break out of the for loop, then continue. So if get ground type doesn't equal, whoops, entities dot grass, we want to basically set it equal to grass. So we will harvest. Even if it's not like fully grown, we'll harvest. So let's test this real quick. I'll do that. What's erroring out? Don't mix spaces. Oh, that's my bad. So let's go ahead and hit calibrate. Don't mix spaces and tabs. Didn't know I did, but sure. Probably automatically did it whenever I was doing that. So I'll do that. So it's moving east. So I thought it equals 0 at this point. I thought it was x, then y. Or is it x, then y? So if I do move north, then set this one to move east. So it's still checking if it doesn't equal that, right? So that's coming up as true. So maybe we need to check y first. So, no. Let's check this real quick. Move drone. Nope. Let's check out the operators. So if it doesn't equal, zero, it'll move east, right? And it doesn't equal 0. That's because I have it set to east. Move north. But it still does that, right? So if it doesn't equal 0, it moves north. Okay. Um, so for some reason this is evaluating to false or true. So it's not equal to 0. So let me do equals real quick and see what happens. So it skips, right? But if I set it to so it equals 0 or it doesn't equal 0. That's the thing that it's trying to tell me. So this is so if condition 1, condition 2 can harvest. While loop for beginners, while condition loop body, while false do a flip, while true do a flip. So let me experiment with this real quick. I'll just Control X. So let's play this. We can see that since Y is registered as not equaling 0, it'll move north. It'll move north. So how do we determine what Y is? So if Y is greater than 0, wait, do I need these real quick? Okay, I figured it out. Only took me 12 years. Whoops. Okay. So in sequence of 3, so right, we need to do ranges. Do I have access to a range? I do. So I need to remember to actually do this. So it's apparently not equal to entities.grass. What about items.hey? So apparently it's also not equal to hey. So maybe it's not that. We need that. Could be get entity type. So if I do that, we can see that it just moves forward and goes through all of that. So that's exactly what we want. So then we want to basically go over on the y-axis from here. Um, I need to, how do I get, so there's debug, tools to debug program. Oh, that is sick. Okay, I like that. Okay. Um, benchmark. Um, watering multi-trade cactus dinosaurs. So variables right here. I need to unlock carrots. I don't have enough for carrots. So let me go ahead and finish up this real quick, but I will definitely rewrite this. So after this if statement, we want to, well, actually after this for statement, we want to go move east and then do another for loop. But this is if it's equal to 0. So we'll move east, then do another elif, get position x equals 1. Basically want to do the exact same thing. So it'll move forward and remove anything that isn't grass, then move east again. So the reason why it does this is because now we need to actually do another for loop in here. Right? So if I do this now, it'll go through all of it again. And now we need another for loop to rest in here. So for that, move north. And we want this to say if it equals grass, harvest and plant entities dot bush, right? And then after that, we want to break. And that should hopefully break out of the while loop. What's the problem here? Removing it. You shouldn't be, there shouldn't be any code here. Try removing it and putting a new line. Okay, so it'll go through and then break. So we want to actually move east one more time and then break. All right, that's perfect. So now calibrate for now can be minimized. And we want to do a harvest real quick, right? So harvest, we need to check while true. So if get, I think it's entity type equals entities dot grass, we want to just harvest and move. So actually, we'll do for I in range 3. We will just harvest, move north, and then after that, move east, and then it'll restart this loop again. Then we will do elif get entity type equals entities dot bush. We'll do the same thing, but instead of just harvesting, we will plant entities dot bush. Then move north, then go east, and then after that, it will continue. So add a semicolon. That's my bad. So I forgot to throw a semicolon, not a semicolon, a colon right there. So it's checking if it equals grass. So, oh wait, that's my bad. Again, forgot to define that it's an actual variable. There we go. So I'll check the unlocks. I'll go ahead and get carrots going. So now, while this is going, I need to recalibrate. So let me go over here real quick. So now we want to make sure that we till, right? So if it doesn't equal entities dot, might not even be entities, grounds dot, I think it's turf. So instead of entity, it'd be get ground type, I believe. Yeah, get ground type. If it doesn't equal turf, harvest, then till. And we also want to plant entities dot carrots. So I'll go ahead and stop this main function from going, and I will calibrate. Get ground type has never been defined, must assign a value. Okay, so there's definitely something going on here. I need to get ground type. I'll recalibrate. So it's not, so maybe it's soil. There we go. Now it continues, but it doesn't plant. So if we look at this step by step, it moves north first. So I might just get rid of that because all that does, what was that? So it just skipped it because it doesn't move north. Okay, so at the end we want to move north, and we can also do the same thing here. Then move north. Okay. Move north. So if it doesn't equal grass, then move north. Move east. Get ground type doesn't equal soil, so it does equal soil, right? That's what you're saying? And entities dot carrots. Would that be right? So it's not actually equal to that. Get ground type. Ground doesn't equal grounds dot soil. So I tried that. Wait. That's because it does equal soil, but it's just not. Let me go through my harvest real quick. Or do I till? Okay. So let me recalibrate. But it's not planting any carrots, right? So if I do this, move east, so it doesn't plant carrots. Oh, that's because it requires that. Isn't there a trade? So in here, in here, so I'm just going to, okay. So I need to harvest till, make sure that I have carrots, trade. So I need to trade items, carrot seed. Okay, so now in harvest, I've got to check to see if it's carrots. Get entity type equals entities dot carrots for I in range 3, want to harvest, trade, items dot carrot seed, plant, entities dot carrots, and then move north, then move east. Okay. So now there's another thing that I need to do because I'm pretty sure carrots take a little while to be able to harvest. I'm just going to do if can harvest, do all of this, and I will keep that within the for loop. So wait, if I do this real quick. Here, it'd be better if I could just do that, then play it in here. So if I remove the move north, so it just stays there, but I'm pretty sure what's going on is the fact that it's doing the for loop multiple times until it can get the actual thing. So currently as it stands, it doesn't really matter because it can harvest all 3 of these without any issues. So I'll probably just leave that, do this. And I'll go ahead and calibrate. Okay. So now we're getting a lot of stuff. I need 50 carrots though. Unlocks trees, watering can, debug unlock 2. Okay. So I'll go ahead and unlock variables. And this should help me refine my harvest function, right? So I'm going to use this. I'll change this to be refining. So the one thing that we're doing right now is checking this, right? And putting it in a range and then harvesting moving forward. That's the one thing that we do like nonstop is harvest, move forward, and planting. And variables. Will I eventually get to make some functions too? Oh, speak of the devil. I might just let this go until I reach there, and I'll be right back. Alright, so looks like I got enough for it now. So I got me some food. I'm gonna be muted up for a little bit so I can eat. Okay, don't know if you saw that, but it does something weird. If you try to make it equal to a function, it'll just do the function as well. So I'm going to switch it out for just text, and hopefully it helps. Okay, so now we want to see if it doesn't equal grass, and plant type equals bush. We'll do for I in range 3, harvest plant entities dot bush move north, and after that we want to move east. Elif plant type doesn't equal grass, and plant type equals, well, it already doesn't equal grass, right? Well, technically we don't even need to check to see if it does that. We could just do if it equals bush, then do that. Or if it equals carrots, then we do the exact same thing. Or, better yet, this basically just moves all this into one, like, function. Why not just separate these out, right? So, what if we just, instead of, give me just 1 second. Okay, a new idea just sprung into my brain. So, you can nest for loops. And this is how you generally do x by y. So you do for x in range of 3, you basically want to move along the x. So you'd move east, which in this case adds 1. So if I do this, oh, that makes sense. It does that. But you can also do for y in range of, I think 3 as well would do it. Move north. Do that. Then if you hit this, there's a colon, then what it will do is move along each of these by that respective 3, right? So go ahead and hit calibrate. So now we can see that it looks fine, right? So in range of Y, we need to check the position. So we can do if, no, in range of X. So we want to do this before we hit up Y, right? So if X equals 1, we can just do plant type equals grass, right? And then we will throw that in here. So instead of doing that, we will just do harvest plant entities dot bush. Then we can copy, paste, paste. So we'll do the obvious one if plant type equals grass, and we won't have to set a default because default will just set down here. So we could set that to 0. It will harvest and not plant anything. Then in the for loop, it'll move forward or move up. If it's bush, then it will harvest and plant bush. If it's carrots, it will harvest trade items dot carrot seed. Then it will plant a carrot. So we need to hit that. Right? And in here, we can do, just call this func, and we can call func with plant type. Now if I hit this, that's working just fine. Let me go ahead and calibrate this real quick. Then, well, that's probably because it was running that. So plant type, not a valid statement. Oh, right, because it just needs to be equals. This is the comparison equals. So now if I do it, that's not bad. So if we take a look at this, whoops, we have less lines, so we could probably push this down even further. And instead of doing that, we can just do plant type equals x, then switch these out for numbers instead. So now, running this, oh, that's my bad. I put the wrong thing. Let me go ahead and calibrate. And you didn't even go back to zeros. Thank you. Let's see. So I need to open up a new terminal. Can I call that? No. Oh, alright. Okay. So it's not that I did it wrong. It's just that I don't have these set in the right positions for it to work the way I want it to. So this would be 1, this would be 2. Okay, so I need to unlock some more farmland. So in order for that to work, I need to get some wood. I wonder, Is there a match case in this? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. Well, I need to get some more wood anyways. I can go ahead and just throw this in here. And just be like, yep, all of it equals 2. Alright, and then I should be able to just unlock this. There we go. So now, the only thing is it's just going to do this zigzag kind of formation. So now, I've got to switch these out for ranges of 4. And that's probably where the min and max can come into play. So this needs to be switched to 4, 4, 4. And I've got to upgrade my... Don't want to calibrate. Oh, this is still set to 4. I mean 3. Whoops. Alright, and that should go for a little bit. Where do I... Nice. Grass upgrade, carrots upgrade, unlock trees. Are there no, like, wood upgrades? Guess not. That's fine, I can just farm this for a little bit. And I could definitely use this in here. So this will get the plant types, but the only thing is now we've got 4, right? So, see what should be done here. We don't have pumpkins just yet. What do they get? 1,000 carrots, 500 logs. Well, thinking about that, this must be the... Trees are better. Ugh. Trees are a better way to grow wood than bushes. They give 5 wood each. Like bushes, they can be planted on grass or soil. Trees like to have some space, and planting them next to each other will slow their growth. Growing time doubles for each tree that is on a tile directly north, east, west, south of it. Okay. So in order for this to work, I'd need to space them out. But is that only for like trees? Planting them right next to each other will slow their growth down. So does that mean that if you plant crops next to it, it won't slow down? So if that's the case, then I can space them with bushes. Still gaining wood, but just not as much. So this just places it in the bottom corner. And I can use the same trick that I did before, putting two for loops together. Okay, so for X, we want to be able to set the plant type variable. But for harvest, we're doing something extra. I mean, not harvest. For calibrate, we're doing something extra by actually tilling the ground if it's not already tilled. And in this case, it is not going to be. That is so annoying. So in that case, we need to give it some extra functionality, right? So if it's 0, we want to grow some grass. So we could do plant type will equal X. And then on the Y, we will basically just call that function and throw in plant type. So for now, we could do a greater than or equal to 2 for this case. So that way afterwards it'll just continue to grow the bushes. And that way we're getting twice as many bushes as we are carrots, and it will just increase like that. So we will grow the plant type and then have to move north to replant. Now we could just throw move north into the actual function, but it's just one line. It's not going to be too handy because we're just going to have to call that 3 times in here. So it'll move north, and once it's out of the range of that, we will make it move east. So that way it'll just go like that. So if I just do something like that, right, I'm at a decent amount. I'm going to stop that, calibrate it. So let's see what the problem's going to be. So if I hit this, we can see that it's harvesting, then moving. So it's not actually checking to see where the player is. So if I do this, we will get the Y position. Doesn't equal 0, but it comes back, moves it north, and then it goes through there. So that problem is caused by the fact that I had another elif, or I think I had an else here. It'll do that. So now if I do, whoops, Gotta do that, that, throw all these up here. So, as I said before, it doesn't know what to do with carrots in this case. So it is, let's see if it's actually trading for carrots. It is. And the reason why it's not doing anything else is because it's not tilling. And it's just going to regrow that. So in this case, we need it to trade, till, then do that. Let's reset this. And there we go. And right now it's just continuing the cycle and retilling. So at the very end, we just want it to break. And we could probably make this even faster, because if it's going to be like this, then it should automatically be able to pass it. But I'm not too worried. We can always just speed up the code. So now, let's see, going into harvest, we need this to be updated to that. And I shouldn't have to worry about it in the refining area, but I'll also do that in case I want to play with it some. So right now it's still setting trees. That is that is my bad. Let's go back into calibrate. Oh. So now you're not wanting to... Okay, I get it. I'm just stupid. We'll throw that in there. And just like that, after that's finished, it breaks, and it doesn't break if it's over here. So we're good. So the thing that I had set wrong was that. So now if I just hit play, there we go. So now I think the next one would be pumpkins. But I can also get watering. Now watering would probably work for trees. So we also need to tackle... This is so loud. Let me... I'll make it a little loud. There we go. At least it's a little bearable now. Okay, so the only problem that I had before was if it couldn't harvest. And that's what I'm worried about for trees and pumpkins, right? So if it can't harvest, what it does is just cycles through that for loop infinitely until it gets there. And what that could do is just cause it to be offset by however many times it just decides to be offset. So the next thing that I should work on is making it to where that it doesn't harvest until it's ready. And sure, that could slow down production, but I'd rather it slow down production than break the item, or pass over it, or could pass over it. Just not worry about it. I don't know. But if I want it to pass over, then I need it to be moved. I need move north to be... Okay, I think I got it. I think I should let it pass over. So in this for loop, we can see that it just harvests if it can harvest. So we could just do if can harvest, have it harvest, and then move north, right? So that way, whenever it can harvest, it moves north. If it can't harvest, it will still just move north. And that's should be what we need just to get around it. This is still in range of 3. Switch this to 4 in case I do plan on just moving it over. What's the next expand upgrade? We need pumpkins. So I'll upgrade carrots. So that way they give more. And I've already got trees. So let's go ahead and implement the trees into this. So we need to figure out some sort of offset. Because if I make it a set value, then it will go no tree, tree, no tree, tree. But it will also do the same thing down here, where no tree, tree, then it will double these 2 times. And same with this one up here. So we kind of want to offset it by 1, given the line that it's in. So I think I'm going to make a new variable in here. Variance. Variance. So if it varies, then it will vary. So I could probably set that up in the harvest type of this one, right? Because we can easily just make it plant trees alongside these bushes. So let's see. If variance equals, let's say 0 in this case. So if it's 0, then we want it to plant a bush. If it's 1, we want it to plant this. So 0, 1. So 0, 1, 0, 1. Bush, tree, bush, tree. Then it will go down to bush, right? So let's see. We could base it on which line it's in, right? So we could make it, if the variance is set to 1, then it should be in lane 3. If it's set to 0, or other way around, if it's set to 1, then it's in lane 4. If it's 0, then it's 1. I have no idea what I'm saying, but I will open a new terminal. So if it's in lane 3, variance equals 1. If in lane 4, variance will equal 0, right? Because I want variance to basically determine the offset that we're going to have. So I hate the fact that this just stays, but it doesn't matter. So that means we won't need to actually supply it with an extra variable. Instead, we can define the variable in here. So we could do variance equals 4 minus get pos x, right? So if it's 3, then it will equal 1. So we can do if variance equals 1, we want to basically just alternate, you know? And it's not like I can just plant a bush, plant a tree, like move up and plant a tree because then it will want to do that 4 times. So let's see. Then I say we alternate it, right? So instead, we should actually have a variance. And that's because we can set variance up here. And instead of having to get the position of x, we just make it x. And then in here, we can give it the variance, right? And because none of these actually use variance except for this bottom one, it will not do anything else. And this is super ineffective code now that I'm looking at it, because it's supposed to be elif, so it's not going through every single one of these. So in here, if variance is equal to 1, because this will only be set once. Okay, I got it. Then we do elif variance equals 0. So if it's equal to 1 whenever it begins, then it will do anything that it needs to do, then set it to 0, and then go back through and then see that it's 0 and then continue from there. But if it starts at 0, then it starts at 0, then it works its way around from 0, if that makes sense. So if I do like harvest, so I'll get rid of this harvest. We'll do harvest, plant. Do I need to get tree seeds? Trade items dot. Doesn't look like I need to get tree seeds. So I will plant entities dot tree and then make variance equal to 0. And don't do that. There we go. Then in here, I could do that and set it to 1, right? So I'll go ahead and end this, calibrate. I gotta remember to fix that. And to get it to stop harvesting. And the reason why it's harvesting is because it's wanting to do that. And it's tilling because of this, but I'll fix that here in a second because this just needs to be completely reworked for this function. And why am I putting semicolons? Okay, so right now, if I run this, so looks like, can I print variance? I'm gonna print variance. Oh wait, this needs to be like that. So now it's 3. Oh, that's right. It needs to be, so x starts at 0, so we can see this as being 4, 3, 2, 1. So that's the reason why trees just decided to show up. And looks like they're already done growing, so I might not have to worry about that. So variance minus x. We would want variance to be, let's see, if this was 3, this would be 2, 1, 0. Go ahead and, looks like I cannot. Oh, I guess do a flip. Okay, so let's see. If I run this now, I have it printing variance. So now we can see that all of them are trees for some reason, right? Oh, that's because I'm stupid. I am stupid. Okay. So I remove that, then I just put it here. And honestly, it doesn't matter which spot it goes into, because it'll still just alternate them. So I guess I'll wait for all those trees to finish. Oh, that's taken so long. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's done now. Okay, that didn't work because all these are still trees. So you can't set variance in here. That's what it looks like. So you cannot set a variable then expect it to stay that variable. Probably because this is being set out here. And that's the one that it prefers over anything else. So what I might do is make a variable. Set it to tree type, and this will equal variance. Well, if I set a variable, then it will be set every single time. So, how to get around? We could do a true false. So instead of relying on variance, we just rely on a true false. And this is where it gets a little fun. So you gotta come up with your own. Okay. Let's see. Could unlock that real quick. Unlock pumpkins. I can do that. But the more pumpkins that you have, the more it'll yield. So, looks like pumpkins would be one, like its own thing, while all these would be their own separate things. Let's see. So, what I could do, I don't know, because in functions, variables don't stick, you know? So maybe we're gonna have to do this a different way. We could alternate variance out here, right? So what I could do is delete these and go, if variance equals 1, then actually we should do this after, right? So variance will equal 1 in this case. If variance equals 1, then make it equal 0. And, no, hold on. Because in this case, oh, maybe, because variance will equal 1, go into here, do that, then come back around after variance is set to 0, then do that. Then I could just do else variance equals 1. Well, that broke it. Let's go ahead and just hit calibrate real quick. Run it one more time. I really gotta fix this. Okay. Where's my hay at? Do I just no longer need hay at this point? Is that what it's telling me? Do I use hay to unlock anything else? Yeah, then why isn't it showing up? Am I out of hay? Is that the problem? Too many carrots? Okay, so let's see. We got this set up. Let's give this a shot. Yeah, I was out of hay. Hey, it worked. So the problem seems to be that it keeps going in and draining the hay, right? Because it just constantly gets this, and it costs 3 of each. And I'm getting just as much as this. So, let's see, I can upgrade grass, but that means that I'll need to just get grass for a little bit. What's up, little doggy? You a little happy. Come here. Oh, don't jump around. Come here. I ain't gonna chase you. Come here. What's up? Okay. So the variance is working now, but the only issue is the fact that it's trading. So we could check our carrots if items dot carrot seed is less than or equal to 0, well, equals 0, then trade items dot carrot seed. So that should let us build up our wheat for a little bit if we wanted to. Um, but the only thing that's happening right now is the fact that we need wheat, and wheat is just 0. So I'll do that. I'm gonna stop it from printing, because I no longer need to know what variance is. So I say we just let this run for a little bit and get wheat, like, I wouldn't say maxed out. I don't know if there is a maximum. Looks like we can upgrade. I'll also upgrade the carrots. Does that change how much they cost? It does. Okay. So now that I'm gaining, what is it, like 4 per? So it's just a balancing game at this point. Because, I mean, wheat or hay, whatever they want to call it in this, the fuck is best and cheap viewers on asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Let's see something real quick. While this is going. Well, that solves that. Okay, back over to here. There we go. This is why I need the if can harvest thing, because it's just going to get faster and faster. Okay, so now we're getting like so much. Okay, so Now I think I want to like max out the wood kind of thing. So I'm just gonna copy this, paste it over here so I can work on it while this is still going. Already, I'll just let this one run. So right now I want it to be so I would want it to basically just alternate between the wood if I could. And to do that over the entire thing would be a little more tricky than doing it within 2 lines, I'd say. Unless I think I should make a new one. So we can have one set for general purpose like this. But for something that's only doing stuff like this, harvesting for wheat, I'm gonna go ahead and set this one up just for wheat. Then in that case, can just do this. And I wouldn't even need to do that. I could just do this, delete, paste. Harvest, and that would be it. I wouldn't need this. And I won't need plant type. So then this should be even faster. It's not doing any of this extra stuff. So I'll set this one just to do wood. So in this case, I would probably want plant type to alternate instead of variance. And we could probably do this with modulos or mod. So if I set plant type to equal x, in this case, if it's right here, then it will be 0. Then we can, I don't even know if you can do that. Let me open up my calculator real quick. Oh, hey, this is up. Okay, so you cannot mod with 0. Hold on. So, okay, but 0 can be mod. Okay, so in this case, we can do so if we do mod 2, so if it's 0, then it will come back as 0. If it's 1, it'll come back as 1. 2, it'll come back as 0. 3, it'll come back as 1. So it works out. So I could do mod 2 instead. Get rid of variance. So now we want to get rid of these. Well, actually no, we want to get rid of the rest, right? So if plant type equals 0, we'll harvest and plant entities dot tree. But the only downside is it will be changed. So what we do is just go out here, plant type, and do the same thing that we did with variance, right? We'll just alternate plant type. And then ultimately it'll be reset up here. Else if it's 1, plant entities dot bush, right? So I'll go ahead and give this a shot. Then it checks to see if it can harvest. So this is still kind of slow, right? So we do have water that we can use. Also, it threw a tree there. It's throwing trees next to each other. That's not good. And that's because it looks like it's constantly trying to do that. Else move north. Okay, I think I get it. It's because of plant type down here. It doesn't change whenever, or does it? Hold on. Okay, I think I get it. So, we basically want this to be thrown out of here, right? Because if it's thrown out of here, then it registers it with this as it moves north. So I'm going to go ahead and, is there a clear? Alright, so there is a clear. I'll do this and see if it still has the same issue. And it doesn't look like it does. And trees are growing at a good speed now because of that. So there's also supposed to be a watering can that I can use, right? If I go up into here, do watering, function get water, returns the water level of the ground it's over. The growth speed of a plant on soil grows linearly at water level 0 to 5 times speed at water level 1. Soil dries up over time. The water loses 1% of its current water every now and then. Keeping the water level high will consume much more water than keeping it low. You can purchase empty tanks with using that. Tanks can hold 0.5% water. Tanks fill up automatically at that rate. The number of empty tanks per second you can have 100 empty tanks that'll fill every 2 seconds. Call use to use. Okay. So sounds like I need to buy me or trade me some empty tanks, right? So I'll add this. What does a tank cost anyways? They cost wood. Well, I'm gaining wood now. Empty tanks turn into water over time. So do I lose the tank whenever error must put a colon? So I think I will just go ahead and try this 99 times. Animals are going crazy. So they automatically turn into that. Let me go ahead and continue this. So things are going pretty slowly. Call use item. So what I could do is plant, then if items dot water tank is greater than 0, use items dot water tank on the trees, right? So if I do this, error greater than or equal to. How do you get the count? Okay, so looks like this is a Boolean. And it looks like we gain them back as we use them. So I could probably go out of my way and get more, right? Well, in that case, I'll just go until I'm out of wood. That makes sense. Okay, so it looks like the next thing that we are going to be doing, maybe carrots, honestly. So if I go out of this and set this to, say, it equals so if it's 0, so if it's just this, how effective is using water on these? Not that effective. It's good to know. Alright, I think that's where I'm gonna leave this. I've been here for like 6 hours. See ya!